Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Yep, that one works. Check, check. Check, check.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
So I called my sound guy. If he calls me back, I'll try to figure out what's going on with that thing. I don't know what they. That's the problem. Was those guys come up here, they plug and unplug, and so that wasn't even plugged in. Really? Yeah. I don't know if it has to be, but it is now. If you need anything, just give me a holler. All right. See ya. Give me go ahead. Yeah. Hot laps are ready. Okay. You're good.
Welcome to the Southern Illinois Raceway. It's time for hot laps with the junior sprints here. In the 27, Camry Akers from Marion. In the 22, Remington Carlson from Metropolis, Illinois. In the 5, Braden Holt from Metropolis. In the 57, Andrew Lawson from Waterloo. In the 17, Deacon Dees from Logan. In the 15T, Tucker Black from Paducah, Kentucky. In the 41W, Abilene Orr from Brookport. That is your Ike Dealership Junior Sprints, as they will be the first class out tonight.
Okay, the party can start now.
Our next set of hot laps is the Williams Auto Body A class. In the 27, Kelton Akers from Marion. In the 44, D. Corbin Duty from Marion. In the 53, Natalie Hubbard from Benton. In the 41, Ryder Roberts from Benton. In the 34E, Ethan Ellison from Murfreesboro. In the 4X, Brian Martinelli. In the 26, Dane Sincel from Fredericktown, Missouri. In the 57, Kyle Chady from Benton.
He's saying it's on the back of the board.
Okay.
I'm like, I do not.
And our next set for the Williams Auto Body A class. In the 5, Corey Stevenson from Marion. In the 14, River Cone from Benton, Kentucky. In the 7C, Audra Cowden from Terre Haute, Indiana. In the 40, Devin Vager from East Peoria, Illinois. In the 5X, August Skinner from West Frankfort. That wraps up our hot laps for the Williams Auto Body A class. Up next is the 618 Graphics Restricted Wing Micros. And now in the 618 Graphics Restricted. In the 110, Kaiser Kramer from Hobstadt, Indiana. In the 21, Riker Toops from Alexis, Illinois. In the 42, Jackson Burks from Johnston City. In the 97K, Maverick Page from Greenwood, Missouri. In the 16, Roper Roberts from Benton. In the 71, Jagger Wiggs from Benton. In the 5B, Evan Boyd from Doe Run, Missouri. In the 22D, Dalton Clary from Marine, Illinois. In the 00, Xavier Caswell from Evansville, Indiana. In the 20... Excuse me, in the 49, Grayson Graham from Bunker Hill, Illinois. And now out on the track is the Kimstream Race Fuels Mod Lights. In the 28, Matt Suzuki from Harrisburg. In the 11, Kyle Melvin. In the X, Chris Winters from DuQuoin, Illinois. In the 81M, Kevin Cole from Benton. In the 28C, Steve Cole from Benton. In the D25, Dakota Federhoff from Vienna. In the 27P, Austin Park from Steelville. In the 58, Kurt Winters from Ava. And now the Driven Performance Midwest Winged Micros. In the 74, Colin Weesey from Carbondale. In the 40, Devin Fager from East Peoria, Illinois. In the 88, Max Crabtree from Farmington, Missouri. In the 2C, Chris Coben from Royalton. In the 27S, Angelo Carosis from far away. In the 25T, Jace Reinscher from Pocahontas, Illinois. In the 22R, Reed Whitney from Jasper, Indiana. In the 22, Grayson Springer from Lafayette, Indiana. In the 26, Dane Sinsel from Fredericton, Missouri. In the 22E, Eli Holden from Princeton, Indiana. And in the 61, Cole Tinsley from Bonne Terre, Missouri. In the 11K, Kylie Griffiths from Xenia, Illinois. In the 41, Colton Hardy from Phoenix, Arizona. In the 10, Daniel Robinson from Benton. In the 00, Brandon Healy from Marshall, Illinois. In the 71S, Austin Schaefer from Evansville, Indiana. In the 29, Lane Surratt from Findlay, Tennessee. In the 55S, Darren Stark from Springfield, Illinois. In the 46G, Zach Grogan from Arlington, Kentucky. In the 10B, Braden Pfeiffer from Livingston, Illinois. In the Ike, Ryder Eigenrau from Carterville. In the 20, Logan Knoll from Marion. In the 16, Brian Grogan from Arlington, Kentucky. In the 71, Colton Robinson from Titusville, Florida. In the 29J, Brian Jones from Eddyville, Kentucky. In the 5H, Graham Huffman from Lebanon, Indiana. In the 5X, August Skinner from West Frankfort. In the 97K, Maverick Page from Greenwood, Missouri. In the 5K, Cameron Chamness from Marion, Arkansas. In the 71W, Jackson Wiggs from Benton. In the 635S, Jackie Sharp from Harrisburg. In the 8C, Leroy Carley from Cunningham, Tennessee. In the 10, Daniel Robinson from Benton. In the 88M, Max Crabtree from Farmington, Missouri. In the 41, Colton Hardy from Phoenix, Arizona. In the 41W, Austin Orr from Brookport. In the 14N, Nolan Bartley from Hammond, Illinois. In the 35, Tyler Robbins from Collinsville. And now the Myers Tidy Bowl Dwarfs. In the 7, Danny Jolly from Christopher. In the 97, Brad Sagers from Marion. Hunter Harris from Creel Springs in the ID1. And in the 59, Kevin Harris from Creel Springs, Illinois. And now for the non-winged Outlaws. In the 16, Noah Britton from Benton. In the 5E, Eli Holden from Princeton, Indiana. In the 4R, Cameron Romack from Ashmore, Illinois. In the 28, Michael Coker from Centralia. In the 5K, Cameron Chamness from Marion, Arkansas. In the 43, Eric Black from Paducah, Kentucky. In the 57V, Matt Veach from Macedonia, Illinois. In the 161, Zach Grogan from Arlington, Kentucky. In the 22R, in the 22R, Reed Whitney from Jasper, Indiana. In our next group, in the 7, Austin Walker from Royalton. In the 71K, Tate Gurney from Indianapolis, Indiana. In the 25R, Nathan Rector from Xenia, Illinois. In the 46, Trevor Walker from Royalton. In the 22Z, Grayson Springer from Lafayette, Indiana. Excuse me. And Cale Goodwin in the 85 from Princeton, Kentucky. Now that we have wrapped up our hot laps, up next we will get the track prepped, and then we'll be back with Juice Box.
We have a giveaway to a couple t-shirts here for Colt Robinson, who is in the 71 tonight.
For the winged micros. Robinson also races for the midgets in the 67K. But we're going to do a trivia here for the giveaway of 2 t-shirts for Colton Robinson. The first question for the first t-shirt is, what national midget team did Colton join? And in the second question for Colton Robinson, where is he from? If you can come up here and give us the answer to either one of those questions, you will win a free t-shirt for Colton Robinson. The t-shirt is for his midgets. It's a midget t-shirt for his 67K. Also, with the t-shirt comes a signature. So again, the first question is, what national midget team did Colton join? And then the second question is, what state is Colton Robinson from? You have till the end of the night to come up here and answer the question. We'll remind you guys later of what those questions are if no one has come to claim the shirt. We have one already claimed, so make sure to come up here and get you a Colton Robinson t-shirt. Both t-shirts have now been claimed for Colton Robinson. Again, he'll be racing in the 71 tonight in the winged micros. He also races in the 67K in the midget series. So make sure to keep up with Colton Robinson throughout this season. Welcome to the track, the Juice Box Racers. Make sure to give a round of applause for these guys out here. These guys will race around the inner part of the track, as it is ages 2 to 5 out here. The beginner class racing in the 24-volt stock car. And the green flag is out, and they go. We've got 5 racers out here with us tonight. And we got the little guy in the red cart being the first one to take his first full lap around. He was done, and he's going back again. And our second guy is in the white little car. And the kid in the red car is picking him up and laying him down as he has completed 2 full laps. It's a great learning experience for these little kids, as this, again, is the beginner class, ages 2 to 5. A good start for all these kids that want to become micros. So that wraps up our Juice Box class. Again, make sure to give a big congratulations to these kids, as again, this is a good start for their racing journey. We've completed all hot laps, and then up next will be the heat races. And here's the order for tonight, with the junior class up first. Second, it will be the Williams Auto Body A class. The restrictors third. The mod lights will be fourth. The winged micros will be fifth, with the dwarf sixth. And then rounding us out tonight will be the non-winged outlaws. Also, something to pay attention to tonight. It is the prelude to the High Banks Hustle, $1,000 to win tonight. And then June 18th through the 20th, the High Banks Hustle, $12,500 to win for the Wing Micros. So make sure to pay attention to that. And we'll be back here shortly.
I'll be watching you.
I also forgot to go through if you are a active or past military veteran, would you please stand? If you also are in any sort of law enforcement or previously was, please stand as well. Thank you for your service and thank you for coming out tonight. We're now going to pray. Dear Lord, thank you for just allowing us all to come out here tonight and have a good night of racing. I pray that you just be with us all and that you keep us all safe. Be with the drivers. Let us all have a competitive fun tonight and keep them all safe. I pray that you let us all have safe travels home and amen. So now we will get into our heat races. As I said before, the junior sprints the Ike Dealership Junior Sprints will be our first heat races. Thank you. And now we welcome to the track the Ike Dealership Junior Sprints. And on the inside of row 1 in the 57, Andrew Lawson from Waterloo. On the outside of row 1 in the 22, Remington Carlson from Metropolis. On the inside of row 2 in the 17, Deacon D's from Logan. On the outside of row 2 in the 41W, Abilene Orr. On the inside of row 3 in the 5, Braden Holt from Metropolis. On the outside of row 3 in the 27, Camry Akers. On the inside of row 7 in the 15T, Tucker Black from Paducah, Kentucky. And on the outside of row 8 in the 14S from Hobstadt, Indiana, Liam Schmidt. So we have a caution, and we'll get set back up here. As again, this is the Ike Dealership Junior Sprints. Only one heat tonight with 10 laps. So the light is out, and Lawson will lead us back to green. And it appears that we do not have the 14S of Liam Schmidt in with us. And down in the infield is Camry Akers. So now we are down to 6 here in the heat race. 10 laps. Andrew Lawson, who started first, is still in first with Remington Carlson second, Deacon D's third, Braden Holt fourth, Tucker Black fifth, with Abilene Orr rounding us out in sixth. Lawson continues to lead as everyone still is spread out evenly. Lawson extends his lead on the backstretch as Remington Carlson, in between turns 1 and 2, has a caution. So we will have a caution here. We have 4 laps down, 6 to go here in the heat race. So we are all reset. The light is out, and we are down to 5. Abilene Orr moves to the back. Andrew Lawson leads us back to green. And we have a caution again. So we are going to reset once more. Again, we have 5 remaining as Liam Schmidt did not come out. Camry Akers down in the pit, as well as Remington Carlson. So the light is back out, so we'll be going green. Andrew Lawson, Braden Holt, Deacon Dees, Tucker Black, and Abilene Orr is the running order. And Lawson takes no time as he extended his lead on the back stretch. Lawson continuing trying to extend that lead as Deacon Dees and Braden Holt are still neck and neck, with Tucker Black trying to make an issue there. Dees trying to make a move around Holt. We have 2 laps remaining here, with Andrew Lawson continuing to lead and spreading his lead back out on the backstretch once again. Dees trying to take advantage of the opportunity there with Braden Holt, but he is unable to with 1 lap remaining. So Andrew Lawson finishes first, Braden Holt finishes second, Deacon Dees finishes third, Tucker Black fourth, and Abilene Orr finishes fifth. After starting third, Deacon Dees finishes third in the 17. Braden Holt in the 5 after starting fifth finishes second. And Andrew Lawson in the 57 from Waterloo, Illinois, started first, finishes first. That will be our Ike Dealership Junior Sprints heat races. Up next, we'll have the Williams Auto Body A class. 2 heat races, 10 laps for each. Making their way out on the track is the Williams Auto Body A class. On the inside of row 1 in the 57, Kyle Chady from Benton. On the outside of row 1 in the 14N, Nolan Bartley from Hammond, Illinois. On the inside of row 2, Ethan Ellison from Murfreesboro, Illinois in the 34E. On the outside of row 2 in the 26, Dane Sidsell from Fredericktown, Missouri. On the inside of row 3 in the 44D, Corbin Duty from Marion. On the outside of row 3 in the 7C, Audric Cowden from Terre Haute, Indiana. On the inside of row 4 in the 4X, Brian Martinelli. On the outside of row 4 in the 16, Roper Roberts from Benton. So that will be your lineup for Heat 1 as the light is out. So next time around, we'll be going green. Kyle Chady will lead us to green. It is Chady and Bartley neck and neck for that first spot. Bartley trying to get around Chady on the backstretch. He does not. Chady still leads after 1. Bartley in second. The 26, Dane Sinsell moves to third after starting fourth. In fourth is Ethan Ellison in the 34E. Chady still continuing to lead on the backstretch. Dane Sinsell trying to make a move on Bartley. Chady extending his lead on the backstretch once again. Coming around turns 4 as he leads after 3. Roper Roberts, after starting 8th, has now moved up to 6th as Kyle Chady still leads with Nolan Bartley in second with Dane Sinsell in third. Kyle Chase starting to get him some slower traffic here as he's moving around Corbin Duty. So is Chady, Bartley, and Sincel. Sincel is trying to move around Duty as well, and he does. And again, Roper, after starting 8th, is now in 5th with 1 lap remaining. Chady is extending his lead. Bartley in 2nd, Sincel in 3rd. The checkered flag is out. Kyle Chady wins heat race 1. Nolan Bartley finishes 2nd. Dane Sincel 3rd, with Ethan Ellison finishing 4th. So Dane Sincel started 4th, finishes 3rd in the 26. Nolan Bartley in the 14N started 2nd, finishes 2nd. And Kyle Chady, your winner, who never gave up the lead in the 57, finishes 1st after starting 1st. Up next will be Heat 2 of the Williams Auto Body 8 class. And as they stroll out, here's the lineup. In row 1 in the inside, in the 5X, August Skinner from West Frankfort. On the outside of row 1 in the 27, Kelton Akers from Marion. On the inside of row 2 in the 14, River Cohn from Benton, Kentucky. On the outside of row 2 in the 22R, Ryder Eigenrau from Carterville. On the inside of row 3 in the 53, Natalie Hubbard from Benton. On the outside of row 3 in the 40, Devin Fager from East Peoria, Illinois. And rounding us out in the 5, Corey Stevenson from Marion. So we'll get all set up here, and we'll start here in Heat 2 of the Williams Auto Body A class. The light is out. And Skinner will lead us to green. River Cohn and Ryder Eigenrau quickly move past Kelton Akers. So does Devin Fager as Akers quickly moves back to 5th. Now Eigenrau and Cohn fighting for that 2nd spot. Cohn moves past Eigenrau. Meanwhile, Skinner still keeps the 1 spot as he's extending his lead. Fager moves into 4th again. Eigenrau takes that 2nd spot past River. Now Fager trying to make a move past River Cohn on the backstretch. Cohn extends his lead. Skinner still leads. A little bit of a gap between him and Eigenrau for 2nd. Natalie Hubbard moves past Kelton Akers. As Kelton Akers falls to the back. And Devin Fager moves past the 14 River Cohn. Eigenrau trying to cut it close on Skinner. Skinner still leads. So we have 2 laps remaining, as is August Skinner, Ryder Eigenrau, Devin Fager, and River Cohn, your top 4. Eigenrau started 4th, is now in 2nd. Devin Fager started 6th, now in 3rd, with 1 lap remaining. August Skinner still leading after starting in 1st. The checkered flag is out. August Skinner finishes 1st, Ryder Eigenrau 2nd. Devin Fager finishes 3rd. River Cohn finishes 4th. After starting 6th, Devin Fager in the 40 finishes 3rd. After starting 4th in the 22R, Ryder Eigenrau finishes 2nd. And your winner, August Skinner in the 5X, started 1st, finishes 1st. That wraps up both heats for the A class. Up next, we have the 618 Graphics Restricted Micros. We have two heats of 10 racers. Again, make sure to give big congratulations to August Skinner as he won the heat race. All right, now we are moving on to Heat 1 of the 618 Graphics Restricted Micros. On the inside of row 1, in the 110, Kaiser Kramer. On the outside of row 1, in the 00, Xavier Caswell from Evansville, Indiana. On the inside of row 2, in the 16, Roper Roberts from Benton. On the outside of row 2, in the 49, Grayson Graham from Bunker Hill, Illinois. On the outside of And rounding us out in the 22D, Dalton Clary from Marine, Illinois. The light is out, so next time around will be green. Kramer will lead us to green. As Kramer gets the early jump and extending his lead on the backstretch quickly. And we have caution, so we will get reset. That lead will be quickly erased as everyone will be lined back up. So everyone is lined back up and the light is out. Kramer leads us back to green. And again, he gets that quickly like he did before. Roper Roberts moves into second quickly. As Dalton Clary battling for that second spot as he moves in from the fifth. So it is Clary leading with second. Roper Roberts third. Xavier Caswell fourth. Grayson Graham drops down into the infield as Kaiser Kramer continues to extend his lead. Again, after starting fifth, Dalton Clary moves into second. We have 4 racers remaining. Kramer continuing to extend that lead on the backstretch as he's coming right in front of us here on the grandstand, the 110. Caswell and Roper Roberts battling for that third and fourth spot. Kramer still extending his lead with a noticeable gap between him and the second, Dalton Clary. Roper Roberts starting to separate himself from Xavier Caswell. Two laps remaining as Kaiser Kramer extending that lead. Dalton Clary in second, Roper Roberts third, Xavier Caswell in fourth. White flag is out. And coming around turns 3 and 4 is Kaiser Kramer, takes home the checkered flag. Dalton Clary second, Roper Roberts third, Xavier Caswell finishes fourth. So that wraps up Heat 1 of the restrictors. Up next will be Heat 2. Roper Roberts in the 16 started third, finishes third. Dalton Clary in the 22D started fifth, finishes second. And your winner, Kaiser Kramer in the 110, started first, finishes first. So as we get everybody set up, Heat 2, the lineup is 71, Jagger Wiggs from Benton. On the outside of row 1 in the 21, Riker Toops from Alexis, Illinois. On the inside of row 2 in the 42, Jackson Burks from Johnston City. On the outside of row 2 in the 97K, Maverick Page from Greenwood, Missouri. And rounding us out in the 5B, Evan Boyd from Doe Run, Missouri. Wiggs leads us to green. Riker Toops quickly trying to get past Wiggs as he does on the backstretch. Wiggs takes it right back. Coming in right here in front of us. Toops, Wiggs battling for one. Toops takes one. Toops in first. Wiggs second. Maverick Page in third. Jackson Burks is in fourth. Jackson Burks is in fourth with Evan Boyd in fifth. Toops continuing to lead, but Wiggs is right behind him there on the back stretch. Wiggs trying to make a move on the inside to get past Toops. He does not. Everyone's spread out nice and even here. As again, Riker Toops, he took the spot early over Wiggs for the one. We have a caution as the 5B Evan Boyd gets turned around there in turn 2. So everybody is getting reset here with Toops in first, Wiggs second, Page third, Burks in fourth, and Boyd in fifth. Toops leads us back to green. Burks trying to make a move around Page. He does not. On the backstretch, Page trying to make a move on Wiggs. Again, he does not. And we have a caution. The light is back out. Same running order as we come back in. Tubes leads us back to green. Burks Boyd trying to make a move around Burks. He hits the cone. Burks trying to make a move on the inside of Page. White flag is out. 1 lap remaining. Toops. Toops and Wiggs coming around the corner. Toops takes the checkered flag. Wiggs in second. Page finishes third, with Burks right behind him. So after starting fourth, finishes third in the 97K, Maverick Page. After starting first in the 71, Jagger Wiggs finishes second, and Riker Toops in the 21. After starting second, he took the lead quickly and never gave it back as he finished first in Heat 2 of the restrictors. Up next, we have the Kimstream Race Fuels Mod Lights. And now we welcome to the track the Kimstream Race Fuels Mod Lights. Here's the lineup for Heat 1. In the U2, Danny Jolly from Christopher. In the 28C, on the outside of row 1 is Steve Cole from Benton. On the inside of row 2 in the 27P, Austin Park from Steelville. On the outside of row 2 in the 11, Kyle Melvin. And rounding us out in the back, in the D25, Dakota Federhoff from Vienna. The light is out, and Jolly will lead us to green. Jolly and Cole as the 1 and 2. Park in third. Park trying to make a move past Cole. He does not. Jolly still continues to lead with Park and Cole battling for that 2 spot. Cole takes it on the backstretch. Kyle Melvin also moves past Steve Cole there. With now, as we reset here, Danny Jolly in first. Austin Park second. Kyle Melvin third. With Steve Cole fourth. In the back is still Federhoff. Austin Park trying to make a move past Danny Jolly. As we come into the backstretch, Jolly gets a little bit of a speed boost there. But Park still battling for that spot. So it's Danny Jolly and Park battling for 1 and 2. Kyle Melvin trying to get into the mix there. Jolly extending his lead back to where it was there on the backstretch. Turning out turns 3 and 4. Jolly, Park, and Melvin. Steve Cole in 4th. Federhoff in 5th. Jolly continues to lead as we come into the backstretch. Stretches to his biggest lead that he has had yet with 2 laps remaining. Jolly, Park, and Melvin, your top 3 with Steve Cole in 4th. And a little bit of a bumping dirt there. We have a caution. So Federhoff went for a little bit of a ride there, and we'll get reset. Looks like Federhoff will join us back here. As we get reset here, let's run through the order as it is Danny Jolly in the U2, Austin Park in the 27P, Kyle Melvin in the 11, Steve Cole in the 28, and rounding us out in the D25 is Federhoff. As the light is out, Jolly leads us back to green. 1 lap remaining. The checkered flag is out coming around turns 3 and 4. Austin Park trying to make a push, but Danny Jolly takes first. Austin Park takes second. Kyle Melvin finishes 3rd with Steve Cole finishing 4th. And Dakota Federhoff finishing 5th. So Kyle Melvin in the 11 after starting 4th finishes 3rd. Austin Park in the 27P after starting 3rd finishes 2nd. And Danny Jolly in the U2 from Christopher, Illinois finishes 1st in Heat 1. Up next is Heat 2. And as they roll out here, we'll be going in with Heat 2 here. On the inside of row 1, in the 81M, Kevin Cole from Benton. On the outside of row 1, in the 71, Chris Winters from DuQuoin. Also the X. On the outside of row 2, in the 58, Kurt Winters from Ava. And on the inside of row 2, in the 28, Matt Suzuki from Harrisburg. So the light is out. Kevin Cole will lead us to green. So Cole and Winters battling for that spot on the back. Matt Suzuki trying to push into that top 2 as well. As on the backstretch, Suzuki and Winters battling. Kevin Cole extending his lead as we're coming into turn 4 as he continues to lead. Chris Winters and Matt Suzuki battling for 2 and 3, with Kurt Winters rounding us out in the 58. Matt Suzuki trying to find any way to get around the X of Chris Winters. As we come into the backstretch, they continue to battle. Chris Winters still holding off Suzuki, while Kevin Cole is still extending his lead here, coming into turn 2 into the backstretch. Suzuki and Winters still battling. Winters continuing to hold off Suzuki as Suzuki's trying to make it through on the inside. Winters continues to hold him off as Suzuki's down into the infield. We have a caution. So is Matt Suzuki over there, right there, turn around, right in front of the backstretch. So we'll get reset here and see where he is placed. Matt Suzuki had done all that hard work, and then he gets turned around. So Matt Suzuki moves to the back, with Kurt Winters moving to third, Chris Winters in second, and Kevin Cole in first. As he leads us back to green. Kevin Cole coming around turns 3 and 4 as 2 laps remain. Chris Winters in second, Kurt Winters in third, with Matt Suzuki in fourth. Suzuki trying to get around Winters. Kurt Winters, that is, on the backstretch. He comes on through the inside. 1 lap remaining. Kevin Cole still leading as he expands his lead on that backstretch as the as the checkered flag is out. Kevin Cole in the 81M finishes first. Chris Winters in the X finishes second. Kurt Winters in the 58 finishes third, with Matt Suzuki in the 28 finishes fourth. So Matt Suzuki in the 28, after starting third, finishes fourth. Kurt Winters in the 58 started fourth, finishes third. Chris Winters in the 71X started second, finishes second. And Kevin Cole in the 81M started first, finishes first. And that will wrap up our Chemstream Race Fuels Mod Lights heat races. Up next, we have the long list of the Driven Performance Midwest Winged Outlaws. We have 40 entries tonight, 3 heat races of 10 laps each. Excuse me, we have 4 heat races, 10 laps each. As we get started here, and heat 1 on the lineup is in row 1 on the inside, Cole Tinsley in the 61 from Bonne Terre, Missouri. On the outside of row 1 in the 71, Colton Robinson from Titusville, Florida. On the inside of row 2 in the 26, Dane Sincel from Fredericktown, Missouri. On the outside of row 2 in the 635S, Jackie Sharp from Harrisburg. On the inside of row 3 in the 16, Brian Grogan from Arlington, Kentucky. On the outside of row 3 in the 10B, Braden Pfeiffer from Livingston, Illinois. On the outside on the inside of row 4 in the 2C, Chris Coben from Royalton. On the outside of row 4 in the 46G, Zach Grogan from Arlington, Kentucky. And rounding us out in the back in the 25T, Jace Reinicher from Pocahontas, Illinois. And on the outside of row 5 in the 35, Tyler Robbins from Collinsville, Illinois. Again, this is the prelude to the big race later this month. That race will be for $12,500 to win. This race tonight is the prelude, $1,000 to win. The light is out. So that means Cole Tinsley will lead us to green here. So it is Tinsley leading us to green. The 71, Colton Robinson, quickly trying to make the pass as we come around on the back stretch. Robinson does as he takes the first spot. We have a caution, though. As right on the back stretch, they get turned around there. It is the 46G Zach Grogan and the 10B Braden Pfeiffer. So as we get reset here, the 61 Colton Tinsley will still have that number 1 spot by default. So we'll get lined back up in that 2x2 as we did not complete a full lap yet. However, though, it looks like Braden Pfeiffer's night will, at least for the heat race, it'll be finished up. He might have a chance to come back for the feature. And Zach Grogan also moves back to the back in row 5. And Tinsley will lead us back to green. And again, it's like a book. Robinson, same story, takes that 1 spot. So it's Robinson, Tinsley, 1 and 2. And the 16, Brian Grogan in 3rd. Dane Sincel in 4th. Battling Sincel is the 25T Reinchart. Robinson extending that lead on the backstretch. Tinsley still in 2nd. Coming in, sweeping in is Coben in the 2C. Coben trying to make a move, getting into the top 5. Reincher still holds that 5 spot, though. The 71, Colton Robinson still in 1st place. Tinsley in 2nd. Meanwhile, Sincel and Brian Grogan battling for 3rd and 4th. The 2C, Chris Coben moves into that 5 spot past Reincher. Well, Robinson and Tinsley starting to get in some lap traffic. Tinsley trying to make some ground back up on Robinson. 2 laps remain. Robinson and Tinsley still battling. Meanwhile, Robinson instead, he decides to extend the lead back as 1 lap remains. Sincel and Brian Grogan battling for the spot. Checkered flag is out and Colton Robinson takes 1st. Cole Tinsley finishes 2nd. A little bumper-to-bumper action there towards the end. So that wraps up Heat 1. As again, Dane Sincel in the 26 started third, finishes third. Cole Tinsley in the 61 started first, finishes second. And Colton Robinson in the 71 started first, finishes first. Up next, we'll have Heat 2 of the Driven Performance Midwest Winged Outlaws. And as they come out onto the track, we'll go through the lineup. In row 1, in the 55S, Darren Stark from Springfield, Illinois. On the outside of row 1 in the 41, Colton Hardy from Phoenix, Arizona. On the inside of row 2 in the 20, Logan Knoll from Marion. On the outside of row 2 in the 5H, Graham Huffman from Lebanon, Indiana. On the inside of row 3 in the 97K, Maverick Page from Greenwood, Missouri. On the outside of row 3 in the 74, Colin Weesey from Carbondale. On the inside of row 4 in the 41W is Austin Orr from Brookport. On the outside of row 4 in the 11K is Kylie Griffiths from Zinnia, Illinois. And in the inside of row 5 in the 40, Devin Fager from East Peoria, Illinois. And rounding us out in the 71W is Jackson Wiggs from Benton. Stark leads us to green. So it is Stark sitting his lead quickly. Logan Knoll trying to make a push to get past Hardy there for second spot. Huffman and Knoll battling for third and fourth. Huffman takes it briefly as Knoll quickly crosses back over. The 71 Jackson Wiggs, after starting in 10th, has already moved up to 5th. Meanwhile, Darren Stark has extended his lead as he is still holding first. Colton Hardy in second. Logan Knoll in third with Graham Huffman in fourth. Jackson Wiggs in fifth. Again, Wiggs started 10th, is now in 5th. While Stark is still holding down that one spot in the 55S. Colton Hardy is still behind him there in the 41. Meanwhile, in the 41W, Austin Orr down to the infield. He is back into the race. Two laps remaining. Jackson Wiggs and Graham Huffman battling for fourth and fifth. While with one lap remaining, Darren Stark still holds that first spot. Wiggs trying to make a move. As the checker flag is out, Darren Stark finishes second. Colton Hardy finishes Darren Stark finishes first. Colton Hardy finishes second. Logan Knoll finishes third. Jackson Wiggs, who started 10th, finishes 5th. That'll be some good points. As the top three go chalk from what the lineup was, Logan Knoll in the 20, who started third, finishes third. Colton Hardy in the 41 started second, finishes second. And Darren Stark in the 55S from Springfield, Illinois, started first and finishes first. So that wraps up Heat 2, and we'll be moving on to Heat 3 here shortly. As they start to roll out here on the track, we'll go through the lineup. On the inside of row 1, in the 88M, Max Crabtree from Farmington, Missouri. On the outside of row 1, then the 27S, Angelo Carosis from On the inside of row 2 in the 41B is Andy Bishop from Harrisburg. On the outside of row 2 in the 29J is Brian Jones from Eddyville, Kentucky. On the inside of row 5 in the 71S, Austin Schaefer, on the inside of row 3 in the 71S, Austin Schaefer from Evansville, Indiana. On the outside of row 3 in the 10, Daniel Robinson from Benton. On the inside of row 4 in the 3B, Sean Bowie from Clarksville, Tennessee. And the outside of row 4 in the 88, Billy Lee from Hammond, Illinois. In row 5 in the Ike, Ryder Eigenrau from Carterville, Illinois. And on the outside of row 5 in the 5X, August Skinner from West Frankfort. The light is out, and we have all 10 racers out here on the track. All 10 racers out here on the track as the light is out. So it'll be Crabtree leading us to green. Crabtree and Carosis battling for the 1 and 2 with the 41B. Andy Bishop trying to make a push into that top 1. Andy Bishop takes the 1, crosses. Crabtree crosses back over. Meanwhile, Carosis, Crabtree and Bishop battling for 1, 2, and 3 as they keep crossing back over. Into the mix is Austin Schaefer as well, as the top 4 is a bunch of commotion there. And again, another one joins the mix with Daniel Robinson. Out in front right now is Angelo Carosis in the 27S, as he has extended his lead onto the backstretch. Carosis extending the lead. Moving into second is Austin Schaefer in the 71S. Crabtree drops back to third with Daniel Robinson in fourth. Carosis continues to extend the lead. As he right in front of us into the grandstand, the lead is almost half the track. A quarter of the track lead. 2 laps remain. Carosis, Schaefer, Crabtree. White flag is out. Checkered flag, and it is Angelo Carosis first, Austin Schaefer second, and Max Crabtree third. So Austin Schaefer in the 71S, after starting 5th, finishes 2nd. And skipped over Max Crabtree. Max Crabtree, after starting 1st, finishes 3rd in the 88M. And the winner of the Heat 3 race in the 27S, Angelo Carosis, in the 27S, finishes 1st after starting 2nd. And Angelo Carosis is from Whyalla, South Australia. That's why I was struggling to figure out where he was from. So we have one more heat race. It is Heat 4. Again, this is the prelude to the big race later this month. That is June 18th through the 20th for $12,500 to win. So make sure to come check that out later this month, June 18th to the 20th. Meanwhile, we got Heat 4 coming up. As we get in here, let's go through the lineup. On the inside of row 1 in the 46, Blaine Mabry from Benton. On the outside of row 1 in the 14N, Nolan Bartley from Hammond, Illinois. On the inside of row 2 in the 85, Cale Goodwin from Princeton, Kentucky. And on the outside of row 2 in the 22, Grayson Springer from Lafayette, Indiana. On the inside of row 3 in the 29, Lane Surratt from Findlay, Tennessee. On the outside of row 3 in the 22E is Eli Holden from Princeton, Indiana. On the inside of row 4 in the 8C, Leroy Carley from Cunningham, Tennessee. On the outside of row 4 in the 5K is Cameron Chamness from Marion, Arkansas. On the inside of row 5 in the 00, Brandon Healy from Marshall, Illinois. And rounding us out on the outside of row 5 in the 22R is Reed Whitney from Jasper, Indiana. So that is your lineup for the final heat race of today's Driven Performance Winged Outlaws. The light is out. And it will be Bartley leading us to green. And it appears that Blaine Mabry is scratched from the races. Bartley and Cale Goodwin battling for 1 and 2 on the backstretch. The 22, Grayson Springer, trying to make his move as him and Goodwin battling for 2 and 3. And we have caution over in turns 2 as the 22s get turned around over there. It appears to be Eli Holden and Reed Whitney. So it is Holden that is turned around. He's going to get turned back around and join the rest of the pack. Alrighty, the light is out, and we will get we are reset and ready to go as the 14N, Nolan Bartley and Cale Goodwin in the 85 are still in the front. Goodwin leads us, Bartley leads us back to green. Bartley trying to pick a big lead up there on the backstretch. So it's Bartley, Goodwin, and Springer, your top 3. Into the mix is now the 29, Lane Surratt. Cale Goodwin takes the lead after we have a caution there in between turns 1 and 2. So caution between turns 1 and 2. So that Cale Goodwin lead that he had just taken, it will be erased as we get reset back to the last lap. The light is back out. So post caution, it appears that Nolan Bartley, the 14 in, is not in the race anymore. Cale Goodwin, the 85, has the lead now by default. So it's Cale Goodwin and Grayson Springer, your top two. Lane Surratt third. The 00 Brady Healy, after starting in ninth, is in fourth now. Goodwin continues to lead as we're coming around the corner in turns 1 and 2 into the backstretch. Goodwin, Springer, Surratt, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we have a caution. Goodwin. Goodwin right here in front of us onto the grandstand is parked. As we will see if he will be back going or not. And it looks like he is on the hook. So with him being on the hook, that will be his night for Heat 4. He'll have a chance to come back for the feature race. But Grayson Springer now takes the top spot. Lane Surratt in second. Brandon Healy in third. So the light is out. Springer will lead us back to green. Eli Holden and Cameron Chambliss battling for 4 and 5. Chambliss holds down the spot. Holden, Chambliss battling. Chambliss takes the forward spot. Chambliss is now battling with the other 22R of Reed Whitney. Whitney takes the spot. Chambliss takes it right back. Chambliss and Whitney battling for 5 and 6 continues. As the 8C Leroy Carly rolls down into the infield. Springer leads with 2 laps remaining. Surratt in second, Healy in third. Springer extending that lead onto the backstretch as he comes around turns 3 and 4 right here in front of us. And it appears Eli Holden has flipped over there. So that was the 22E Eli Holden. They give us the okay that Eli Holden, excuse me, that is not Eli Holden, that is the 5K Cameron Chambliss. They give the okay, say that he is okay. Eli's doing okay. He's right here in front of us with Brandon Healy. So Chambliss is onto the hook. They do say that he is okay. That knocks us down to 5 racers here in Heat 4. The light is back out. Again, we only have 5 remaining with Grayson Springer in the 22. 29, Lane Surratt in second. 00, Brandon Healy in third with the 22E, Eli Holden, and the 22R, Reed Whitney, as Springer leads us back to green. We have 1 lap remaining here as Springer continues to hold that lead. Healy and Holden battling. Healy falls back to 5th. Healy cuts back in front of. Checker flag is out. Springer takes 1st. Surratt takes 2nd. Eli Holden finishes 3rd, with Brandon Healy and Reed Whitney finishing 4th and 5th. So Grayson Springer is your winner for Heat 4 as that wraps up the driven performance Winged Outlaws. So the order goes: Eli Holden in the 22E after starting 5th finishes 3rd. Lane Surratt after starting 4th finishes 2nd. Grayson Springer after starting 4th finishes 1st. So that will wrap up the driven performance Winged Outlaws. And up next we have the Myers Tidy Bowl Dwarfs, as we only have 1 heat, 4 racers, 8 laps. As the Myers Tidy Bowl Dwarfs roll out here on the track, let's go through the lineup. On the inside of row 1, in the 7, Danny Jolly from Christopher. On the outside of row 1, in the 59, Kevin Harris from Creel Springs. On the inside of row 2, in the 1, is Hunter Harris from Creel Springs as well. And on the outside of row 2, in the 97, is Brad Sagers from Marion. So we'll see who wins this race as Danny Jolly leads us to green, and he is extending his lead as we come into the back stretch. The 97, Brad Sagers takes the lead takes 2nd, with the Harrises in 3rd and 4th. Jolly extending that lead continues as he comes around turns 3 and 4. As is Jolly, Sagers, Kevin Harris, and Hunter Harris. And we have a caution as Hunter Harris gets turned around and turns 2. So we'll get reset here. And again, this is an 8-lap race, only 1 heat for the Dwarfs. So the light is out, and we are all reset here. Jolly will lead us back to green. Jolly, Sagers, Harrison Harris. Sagers trying to make going around the high bank there. He's trying to get around Jolly, but he is quite a ways back there. As Jolly just continues to extend his lead as he completes another lap. Jolly onto the backstretch. Sagers on the backstretch as well. All are making their ways around, with everyone starting to evenly separate themselves. Two laps remain in this race. Danny Jolly continues to lead with Brad Sagers in second. Kevin Harris and Hunter Harris in third and fourth. One lap remaining as the checkered flag will come out here in a second. Checkered flag is out. Danny Jolly in the 7 will take home the checkered flag, with Brad Sagers taking home second, Kevin Harris third, and Hunter Harris fourth.
Several times these were outlaw redraw cars. Those are the 6 drivers. It's just run redraw to start an intermission.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alrighty. All drivers, make sure to pay attention, and fans, if you want to as well. Outlaw wing draw here, and below it is 71 Colton Robinson, 55S Darren Stark, the 27S Angelo Carosis, the 22 Grayson Springer, the 71S Austin Schaefer, and the 29 Lane Surratt. This is the Outlaw wing redraw. This will be at the start of intermission. So if your name was called, the 71 Colton Robinson, the 55S Darren Stark, the 27S Angelo Carosis, the 22 Grayson Springer, the 71S Austin Schaefer, and the 29 Lane Surratt. If your name was called, make sure at the start of intermission you are ready for the Outlaw wing redraw. We will announce that again after the non-wing for a reminder. But if your name was called, be ready. As up next is the Prairie Farm non-wing Outlaws. We have 2 heat races with 18 entries.
Can you announce B main lineups for outlaw wing are posted, and we're doing it before intermission?
The B main lineups are announced for Outlaw wings, and we will be doing it before intermission. Alrighty, so now we'll get into the lineup of the Prairie Farms Outlaw non-wing and Heat 1. On the inside of row 1 in the 57B, Matt Beach from Macedonia. On the outside of row 1 in the 28, Michael Coker from Centralia. On the outside and the inside of row 2 in the 161, Zach Grogan from Arlington, Kentucky. On the outside of row 2 in the 43, Eric Black from Paducah, Kentucky. On the inside of row 3 in the 41, Ryder Roberts from Benton. On the outside of row 3 in the 16, Noah Britt from Benton. On the inside of row 4 in the 3B, Sean Bowie from Clarksville, Tennessee. On the outside of row 4 in the 71K, Tate Gurney from Indianapolis, Indiana. And rounding us out in the 4R in row 5, Cameron Romack from Ashmore, Illinois. So the light is out. Matt Beach will lead us to green, as is Beach and Coker, 1 and 2. With Zach Grogan trying to make a move. Beach still holding down that 1 spot. Coming through on the inside with the slider is the 16, Noah Britton. And we have caution over in turns 3 and 4. That is the 41 Ryder Roberts is scratched from this race. Unable to tell who that is, but they are on the hook. The 28 of Michael Coker is on the hook. So Coker will be done for Heat 1. He has a chance to come back for the feature race if able to do so. So as we get reset here, we'll see how the lineup shapes up. And it looks like we are going back to 2x2. Matt Beach and Zach Grogan are in the front 2. Eric Black and Noah Britton, you're 3 and 4. With Sean Bowie, Tate Gurney, you're 5 and 6. With Cameron Romack rounding us out in the 7. The light is out, so Matt Beach will lead us back to green here in a moment. The green flag is out. Matt Beach, Zach Grogan battling for 1 and 2 early. Grogan gets a little bit of a boost there. He's coming through on the inside of the back stretch. Beach still holds his 1 spot. Eric Black moves back to 5 after getting passed up. So it is Beach and Grogan 1 and 2. With Noah Britton in 3rd. Noah Britton trying to make a pass on Grogan. Grogan slides back, crosses back over. Tate Gurney trying to move back into that top 3 as well. He does not. Beach on the backstretch continues to extend that lead with Grogan. And Noah Britton still battling for 2 and 3. The 71K Tate Gurney's moving in there in the top 4 as well. Here's some nice little popping as it is getting good here in Heat 1 of the non-winged Outlaws. Beach is still holding down that 1 spot with Grogan in 2nd and Britton in 3rd. Matt Beach in the 57B coming around trying to separate himself even more as Grogan and Britton still battling for 2 and 3. Britton momentarily took it with 2 laps remaining. It is Beach, Grogan, and Britton. Gurney in 4th. 1 lap remaining. Matt Beach is leading. As the checkered flag comes out, Matt Beach will take home first. Zach Grogan finishes 2nd with Noah Britton 3rd and Tate Gurney finishing 4th. So that will wrap up the first heat race of the non-winged Outlaws. So Tate Gurney in the 71, Tate Gurney in the 71K after starting 8th finishes 4th. Noah Britton in the 16 after starting 6th finishes 3rd. Zach Grogan in the 161 after starting third finishes second. And Matt Veach, your winner of Heat 1 in the 57V, finishes first after starting first. So up next will be Heat 2. And as they roll out here, we'll go through the lineup. In the 46, Trevor Walker from Royalton. In the 71X, Charlie Leffler from Lake Norman, North Carolina. In the 85, Cale Goodwin from Princeton, Kentucky. In the 22R on the outside of row 2 is Reed Whitney from Jasper, Indiana. On the inside of row 3 in the 5E is Eli Holden from Princeton, Indiana. On the outside of row 3 in the 25R is Nathan Rector from Zinnia, Illinois. And on the inside of row 4 in the 7 is Austin Walker from Royalton. On the outside of row 4 in the 5K is Cameron Chamness. And rounding us out in the 22Z is Grayson Springer from Lafayette, Indiana in row 5. So Trevor Walker will lead us to green. As it is Walker. As it is Walker and Leffler. Leffler and Walker battling. So that was the 5K of Cameron Chamness. The track crew gives us the okay that the driver is okay. So it looks like he will continue as his number card gets flipped around over there. So we'll get reset here as Chamness is okay, they say. And one lap is down. The light is out, so we are all set back up. As it is Leffler leading us to green. Leffler has the lead. So it's Charlie Leffler and Trevor Walker, your top two. Reed Whitney trying to make a move into that top three. Reed Whitney is in third now, with Cale Goodwin in fourth. Excuse me, now Nathan Rector packs up Cale Goodwin. Rector crosses back over to Cale Goodwin. Meanwhile, Charlie Leffler extending his lead, coming in turns 1 and 2, coming into the backstretch with a massive lead. Behind Leffler is the 46 Trevor Walker, but a noticeable distance between the two. Reed, Whitney, and Walker battling for 2. So is Walker, Whitney, and Rector 2, 3, and 4. With Charlie Leffler way out in front, and we have a caution in turn 4. As it is the 5K Cameron Shamness who got turned around. And we'll try this again as we get set back up. Solo wide is out. And it is Leffler leading us back to green with Walker and Whitney up behind him. Leffler, Walker, Whitney, Rector. With Springer and Goodwin. Rector trying to make a move. Springer and Rector now battling for that 4 spot. Meanwhile, Leffler picking back up where he left off, extending that lead once again. So is Leffler in first, Reed Whitney in second, and then a big cluster for 3rd, 4th, and 5th behind them. Nathan Rector makes it out as he is in 3rd. Grayson Springer in 4th. And we have caution. As it is Trevor Walker trying to get himself back going again. So, excuse me, the race was completed. So is the 71 Charlie Leffler finishing first, the 22R Reed Whitney finishing second, and the 25R Nathan Rector finishing third. And again, as a reminder, the Outlaw Wing redraw with Colton Robinson, Darren Stark, Angelo Carosis, Grayson Springer, Austin Schaefer, and Lane Surratt. That will happen at the start of intermission. But before we get going to intermission, we will have the B feature. Before we get going to intermission, we'll have the B feature for the Driven Performance Winged Outlaws. We need the B main cars to staging right now. B main cars, you need to get staging right now for the B feature of the Driven Winged Outlaws. So if you've not already made your way to staging, make sure you're either making your way or you're ready to go. Meanwhile, while we're waiting for them to get to staging, we have the track crew adding some nice H2O to the track. Thank you. For the B feature, we'll have 2 B feature races with 10 laps for each race. So make sure you're making your way to staging if you have not already. As again, later tonight for the feature, the A feature for the Winged Outlaws is a prelude to the big race later this month. Tonight, the winner of the Winged Outlaws will win $1,000, but later this month, whoever wins the big race for the Winged Outlaws will win $12,500. Again, make sure the B feature, if you are in the B feature, make sure you are heading to staging, as this will be our last 2 races before the intermission. And once the intermission starts, we'll have the Outlaw Wing redraw. Again, that is with Colton Robinson, Darren Stark, Angelo Carosis, Grayson Springer, Austin Schaefer, and Lane Surratt. And that is at the start of intermission for the Wing redraw. We have a big night ahead of us again with the prelude later for the A feature. And yes, we have harped on it a lot, but later this month, June 18th through the 20th, is $12,500 to win for the Winged Outlaws. Also looking ahead, next week is the Dwarf Special. $500 to win. And then June 27th is the general race. July 11th is the prelude to the Sprague, $1,000 to win. July 18th is the A-Class Special, $500 to win. July 23rd through the 25th is the Terry Sprague Special, $13,000 to win.
They've got 3 minutes.
For the B feature Winged Outlaws, if you have not made your way to staging already, you have 3 minutes to get to staging. If you're unable to make it to staging, we'll see what happens. Continuing along with our schedule, though, August 1st is a general race. That August 8th weekend, we'll take a break. August 15th is back to normal racing. August 22nd is a restrictor special, $500 to win. And then August 29th is a general race. August 12th is the wing special, $500 to win. Excuse me, September 12th is the wing special, $500 to win. August 19th and August 26th is the general races. And to wrap up our season here at the Southern Illinois Raceway is October 3rd, a regular race out here. So make sure to come check out all the micros and whatever we have out here this summer. We are very excited for what we have going on. And if you want to check out that schedule more in depth on your phone, make sure to go to the Facebook page at Southern Illinois Raceway. The post is pinned at the top. And you can check out what is going on, not only with the schedule, but also just other updates, cancellations, postponements, but also the most important of the races coming up. And again, make sure you're making your way to the B feature if you've not already.
Hey, tell 97K. 97. Come around here.
97K and 7K. If you're putting wings back on, just please hurry, as again, we need you to hurry up, and we understand, but we need you to please get those wings back on and head back as soon as you can. Alrighty. So we got a few of our racers out here on the track, as this is the B feature first race, as we have a couple more coming out here momentarily. As there's the 85 Caleb Goodwin meeting us out here. We also do want to remind you, if you have not already, make sure to visit the concession stand, as it is a pretty nice concession stand. You get you a drink, get you whatever you need, a pretzel, some candy. Just make sure to go check out that concession stand sometime tonight if you would like. And we can go ahead and go through the lineup here for this race. On the inside of row 1 in the 5H is Graham Huffman. On the outside of row 1 in the 35 is Tyler Robbins from Collinsville, Illinois. On the inside of row 2 in the 97K, Maverick Page from Greenwood, Missouri. On the outside of row 2 in the 41B is Andy Bishop from Harrisburg. On the inside of row 3 in the 40 is Devin Fager from East Peoria, Illinois. On the outside of row 3 in the 5X is August Skinner from West Frankfort. On the inside of row 4 in the 85 is Cale Goodwin from Princeton, Kentucky. On the outside of row 4 in the 635S is Jackie Sharp. On the inside of row 5 in the 3B is Sean Bowie from Clarksville, Tennessee. And it looks like he will not be joining us. And on the outside of row 5 in the 74 is Colin Weesey from Carbondale. So we are leading to green by Huffman. So it's Huffman and Page, 1 and 2. Page makes the slide. Huffman crosses back in front. Page still holds that one spot. And we have a caution. A lot of dirt spit up there over between turns 1 and 2. The 40 Devin Fager is down into the infield as that cuts another racer. We have 8 remaining in this race. Maverick Page was leading as Huffman moved back to second. As the light is out, we'll get reset here with Maverick Page in the front. Grayson Huffman second with the 35. Tyler Robbins in third. Page leads us back to green. Page in front. Hoffman in second. Cale Goodwin finds himself in third, passing up Robbins. Goodwin trying to take the low. Goodwin still holds third with Hoffman and Page, 1 and 2. So is Page. Hoffman and Goodwin. Goodwin slide with a slider. He holds him and Hoffman fighting for second and third. Goodwin onto the backstretch, takes second. He's trying to take first past Page. Page holds on to first, with Goodwin in second, Hoffman in third. Again on the backstretch. Robbins now into right here in front of us. Bishop and Robbins. Robbins takes the lead takes fourth. Past Bishop. Goodwin and Page still battling for 1 and 2 as they're going around turns 1 and 2 with Hoffman in third. And we have a caution as Bishop gets turned around between turns 1 and 2. So we'll get back reset here. As it was Page, Goodwin, and Hoffman there in the top 3, putting on quite a show there. And the wide is out. So it's Page and Goodwin, 1 and 2. Hoffman and Robbins, 3rd and 4. The 5X, August Skinner, finds himself in 6th after Colin Weesey, who started 10th, is now in 5th. Goodwin and Page continue to battle. We go on to the backstretch. Page takes back the first lead. It's coming around turns 3 and 4. Page, Goodwin, Hoffman. Hoffman goes on to the inside of Goodwin. Goodwin takes back that second spot. Checkered flag is out. Page finishes first. Hoffman second. Goodwin third. With Robbins finishing in fourth. So that concludes your first B feature. So is Cale Goodwin, the 85, who started 7th, finishes 3rd. Graham Hoffman in the 5H started 1st, finishes 2nd. And Maverick Page in the 97K, who was challenged in the last lap, started 3rd, finishes 1st. And now we'll move on to B feature number 2 here momentarily. Again, after the conclusion of this race, the Outlaw Wing redraw with Colton Robinson, Darren Stark, Angelo Carosis, Grayson Springer, Austin Schaefer, and Lane Surratt will happen at the start of intermission. So make sure if your name was listed there that you are ready for the redraw. As they start to roll back out, we'll go through the lineup here. In the 5K on the inside is Cameron Chamness from Marion, Arkansas. On the outside is Ryder Eigenrau on the Ike from Carterville. On the inside of row 2 in the 11K, Kylie Griffiths from Zinnia, Illinois. On the outside of row 2 in the 8C is Leroy Carley from Cunningham, Tennessee. On the inside of row 3 in the 46G is Leroy Carley. On the outside of row 3 in the 29J is Brian Jones from Eddyville, Kentucky. On the inside of row 4 in the 41W is Austin Orr. On the outside of row 4 in the 14N is North Barley. On the inside of row 5 is Braden Fia Miller. Excuse me, sorry. It looks like Braden is cut. The 10B is cut. So Cameron Chamness in the 5K is cut. Braden Pfeiffer is cut in the 10. So Cameron Chamness in the 5K is cut. 10B Braden Pfeiffer is cut, and also I believe we are missing Zach Grogan as well. So Ike dealership Ryder Eigenrau is leading. Leroy Carley and Kylie Griffiths in the mix as well. As Kylie Griffiths, as Austin Orr is down into the infield as we have a caution now. So again, though, in this race, the B Feature 1, we are without Cameron Chamness, Zach Grogan, and Braden Pfeiffer. The lineup goes Ryder Eigenrau, Kylie Griffiths, Leroy Carley, Brian Jones, Nolan Bartley, and Austin Orr. So we'll go one more round and we'll get everything reset as the light is out. Next time around, we will be going on action. So Eigenrau will lead us to green. So it's Eigenrau, Griffiths, and Carley, your top three. Eigenrau building a lead on the back stretch. Jones trying to make it past Carley. He gets past Carley. He's trying to get past Griffiths as well. Griffiths holds down that 2 spot. Jones is in second and third. Carley's in fourth now. As we come around on the front stand. Eigenrau still holds that top spot. Griffiths in second, right behind him on the back stretch. Jones in third, Carley in fourth. Bartley trying to get into the mix as he is trying to compete with Carley for that 4th spot. Ryder Eigenrau continues to hold the number 1 spot with Griffiths right behind him. So it is Eigenrau, Griffiths, and Jones with Carley behind them, with Bartley and Orr. Eigenrau continues to hold the top spot. Two laps remaining here. As he gets the white flag out, Ryder Eigenrau and Griffiths, your top 2 still, with Jones in third. Ryder Eigenrau coming around turns 3 and 4 with the checkered flag out. Ryder Eigenrau is your winner. Kylie Griffiths finishes second. Brian Jones third, and Leroy Carley fourth. So as Brian Jones, who started in 6th and then 29J, finishes third. Kylie Griffiths, who started third, finishes second. And Ryder Eigenrau on the Ike started second, finishes first. As that concludes the B feature. And we will go into an intermission. And again, if you are in the Outlaw Wing redraw, make sure you're making your way and you're getting ready for the redraw with Colton Robinson, Darren Stark, Angelo Carosa, Grayson Springer, Austin Schaefer, and Lane Surratt. With it being intermission, make sure you make your way to the concession stand and check out what we've got there. And make sure to stay tuned, as up next will be all of our features. And again, we will have the redraw for the Outlaw Wing.
Son, there'll be peace when you
All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Southern Illinois Raceway and the NARA Wing Challenge Series presented by KKM. As always, with our KKM events during our challenge series, we do a redraw for the heat race winners and the top cars and passing points to make a total of 6 cars. Our first one to draw tonight, driving the 71, the winner of heat race number 1, Colton Robinson. Colton, you got the win. You came out. I don't know if you knew what the track was going to be like. You didn't get to watch any wing cars out there besides you. So what'd you think when you went out there on that front row?
I was ready for it, and Keith Coons over there and Chuck and all them and Spence, they gave me a great car out there to go and do my thing and get it done.
All right, now there's 6 different kinds of candy bars over there. Go pick your favorite candy bar and then tell me what number's on the back. Now, do you pick the one you think's the one, or do you pick the one that you like the best? That's the question.
I don't know yet.
Well, go pick one. Three Musketeers, and he draws the 3. Winner of heat race number 2, the 55S of Darren Stark. Darren, you were the only one to win from the pole, so you're liking the fact that the heat race winner's getting a redraw.
I'm liking it a little bit. I was very happy with my car there. I knew how to get a good start and how to get a little bit aggressive with Colton on my outside, and I just figured if I can go above it, I can't get through the holes better if I don't go above them. So I went above him, and I was able to make good speed through the corners, losing a little bit on exit, but we're going to see what we can do for the features. So.
All right, well, go pick your favorite candy bar up there. What's he going with? The Reese's. And it is the 2. Winner of heat race number 3, all the way from Australia, is Angelo Carusis. How do you say it? Carusis. So I said it right the first time. Well, that doesn't happen very often. Did I get something right the first time? Angelo Carusis. You came a long ways to race with us tonight. The car looked really good, though.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a process to get here, and ordered a new car and getting here and built it all week, but we're here, and it's been fun so far.
Well, I don't know what kind of candy bars you like. Do you have all 4 of those over there in the Island Nation?
I've definitely got Kit Kat and Twix. I don't know what the other 2 are, but I'm going to have a bit of investigation.
Okay, go pick. See where you're going to start at. The Butterfinger is the 5. And the winner of heat race number 4, first night in the car, the 22 machine, is Grayson Springer. Grayson is a former Hart Series champion, or winner, I should say, when I ran the Hart Series originally, and you got a pretty good ride under you here, first time in it, but it's a good piece, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. First time being in the car, absolutely amazing opportunity given to me by Troy and everyone back there helping out. It's incredible to even be here in the first place racing somebody else's car, and for it to be this fast, it's just a blessing.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's 3 candy bars up there. I don't know if you like any of them or not, but let's see which one you pick. What is it? It is the 6. Now our 2 cars and passing points. The highest car in passing points not to win a heat race, the 71S, is Austin Schaefer. Come on up here. We got bubbles to give away to some kids, but you're going to keep yours?
She's emptied out a few of our bubble supplies, so yeah, I think this is going to go to her.
Well, there's a couple candy bars left up there. I mean, the 1 is still out there. You got a 50-50 shot.
Yeah, no, they keep saying the Twix, so I'm probably not going to pick that.
Well, there's a Payday and a Twix. Let's see which one it is. Honestly, I don't even remember, to be honest with you. What is it? It's the 4.
I'll listen to you next time. I'll listen to you.
Here, you can hand that out or keep it, whichever you want to do. Our last person to draw This happens so many more times than I think. We know where he's going to start, but well, you can't get any better than that. You're just waiting for everybody to run. They leave you the best number.
Yeah, starting V1, I'm just going to try to stay in the top 5. This is like my 3rd race with the Outlaw motor, so they got a little bit more experience with me, so I'm just going to try.
Well, I'll tell you what, Lane, you looked really good in the heat race, and you've done really well when we've seen you race moving up here this year and doing some good things. So I know there's more power, but racing is racing, right? You just got to make a good start and keep the car straight and hope for the best.
Yes, sir. I'm just going to try to hold on for 30 laps and try to win it.
All right, go on up there and pick up the Twix. Lane Surratt's going to start on the pole for the feature. All right, guys, if you want to keep your candy bars or hand out your candy bars and your bubbles if you want to. Kids, make some noise if you want something. Track prep is getting pretty close to being done, I think. Junior sprints are up first.
They say let's go one more lap around, and make sure to give a round of applause for these guys, as you know they're 2 to 5 years old, going around the track, getting that good experience for the future. And we got one last racer coming around turn 4 into the finish line. So again, give those guys a round of applause. And also we got the Ike Dealership Junior Sprints up next. Fans, if you've not already, make sure to visit the concession stand before we get going to our features, as we've got a lot of good stuff cooking up over there. Get you some candy, get you a pretzel, get you something to drink, whatever you can find over there at the concession stand, but make sure you're throwing it into receptacles after you are finished. Big congratulations to the Juice Box class. Thank you guys for coming out to partake and get you some good experience. Dealership Junior Sprints cars to the track. As we're going to go through a lineup here. In row 1 on the inside is Braden Holt in the 5 from Metropolis. On the outside of row 1 in the 57 is Andrew Lawson from Waterloo. On the inside of row 2 in the 15T is Tucker Black from Paducah, Kentucky. On the outside of row 2 in the 17 is Deacon Dees from Logan. On the inside of row 3 in the 41W is Abilene Orr from Brookport. On the outside of row 3 in the 22 is Remington Carlson from Metropolis. On the inside of row 4 in the 27 is Camry Akers from Marion. And rounding us out in the 14S is Liam Schmidt. Lawson quickly takes the lead, and he quickly gets past Holt for the number 1 spot, with Holt in 2nd, Tucker Black in 3rd, Deacon Dees in 4th. Remington Carlson moves into 5th. Remington Carlson now moves into 4th, with everybody moving up a spot after Tucker Black drops back to 5th. The 41W, Abilene Orr, is trying to make a pass on Tucker Black. Black still holds the spot. Tucker Black now getting in. Tucker Black and Holt now getting it. Excuse me, Andrew Lawson and Braden Holt now getting into lap traffic. Lawson continuing to extend the lead while Holt's got a little bit stuck there on the lap traffic. Deacon Dees now is in 3rd, getting past. And it appears we have a caution on turn 2 with Remington Carlson taking a complete stop over there. So they're going to try to give him the push. And they give him the push right down into the pit, and we'll see. So Carlson will continue. So we got Akers in the back. Schmidt dropped out earlier. He was scratched from the lineup. So Carlson will be moved to the back, and Camry Akers will be in 2nd to last. As Andrew Lawson and Braden Holt and Deacon Dees still your top 3, with Tucker Black in 4th. As they will lead us back to green, Abilene Orr in 5th, Camry Akers 6th, and 7th is Remington Carlson, who makes the pass on Akers. Lawson continues to lead. He's starting to separate himself once again. So Lawson separating on the backstretch with Holt and Dees real close to each other. Dees right behind Holt. Tucker Black still in 4th, with Carlson trying to make some ground up, passing up Abilene Orr. Some Massac County blood there, with Metropolis passing up Brookport. Lawson on the backstretch continuing to expand that lead. 2nd, Holt, another Metropolis kid. We got 3 kids from Massac County in this race. And Remington Carlson is down again there, this time in turns 3. And we have another caution over in the backstretch this time, as it is Carlson again, and Abilene Orr. Again, we'll get everything reset here. See who's left, who's not in it. Looks like Carlson's night is finished up. The light is out. Lawson will lead us back to green. So it's Lawson, Holt, Dees, Black. And then in the back we have Akers and Orr. Now we're down to 2 Massac County Patriots. Lawson picking up right where he left off, extending that lead back to where it was. Tucker Black, a few moments ago, took the lead on Deacon D's. So Tucker Black has now moved himself back into third where he started. And we have caution. The track crew said the driver is okay. It was Tucker Black trying to get around Holt. Tucker Black got a little greedy, and then he ended up in a little bit of a pickle there. As it was Lawson who was leading with a big lead. Braden Holt was in second. Tucker Black was in third, and he was trying to make the pass, and he was unable to do so, taking a little bit of a ride there over in turn 3. Excuse me, in turn 2. As we get reset here, everyone's setting back up. So we are all reset here. And Andrew Lawson back to it, extending that lead again with Abilene Orr in second, Braden Holt in third. Excuse me, Tucker Black in third, Braden Holt fourth, Deacon D's fifth, with Cameron Akers rounding us out sixth. Andrew Lawson picking up on that backstretch, extending lead once again. Getting away from the rest of the group. 1 lap remaining here. The checkered flag is out, so Andrew Lawson will take the win. Battling for the second spot, Abilene Orr takes second, with Tucker Black finishing third. So here you have it. Abilene Orr in the 41W from Brookport finished second. Excuse me. Tucker Black in the 15T from Paducah, Kentucky finished third. Abilene Orr in the 41W from Brookport finished second. And then your winner in the 57 from Waterloo, Illinois is Andrew Lawson. Up next, we have the Williams Auto Body A class, 15 entries, 20 laps. Make sure to give big congratulations and a round of applause to Andrew Lawson as he makes his way down to victory lane. As Andrew Lawson, again, who won the Ike Dealership Junior Sprints, rolls off the track, we'll go through the lineup of our next race, the Williams Auto Body A class feature. In row 1 on the inside is 22R Ryder Eigenrau. On the outside of row 1 in the 40 is Devin Fager from East Peoria, Illinois. On the inside of row 2 in the 57 is Kyle Chady from Benton. On the outside of row 2 in the 5X is August Skinner. On the inside of row 3 in the 14N is Nolan Bartley. On the outside of row 3 in the 26 is Dane Sinsell. On the inside of row 4 in the 16 is Roper Roberts from Benton. On the outside of row 4 in the 34E is Ethan Ellison from Murfreesboro. On the inside of row 5 in the 14 is River Cone from Benton, Kentucky. On the outside of row 5 and then 53 is Natalie Hubbard from Benton, Illinois. On the inside of row 6 in the 4X is Brian Martinelli. On the outside of row 6 in the 27 is Kelton Akers from Marion. And on the inside of row 7 in the 5 is Cordy Stevenson from Marion. On the outside of row 7 in the 44D is Corbin Duty from Marion. And rounding us out in the 7C is Audra Cowden from Terre Haute. The light is out, so Eigenrau will lead us to green once he comes around turns 3 and 4. So it's Eigenrau, Chady, you're 1 and 2. Bartley and Skinner fighting for that 3 and 4 spot with as Eigenrau and Chady extending that lead for 1 and 2. Eigenrau in the back stretch. Chady, Bartley, Skinner. On the inside is Fager trying to make a move. Fager in 5, Sincel in 6. A noticeable gap between the 14 of River Cone and the 16 of Roper Roberts is that is the splitting point between 7 and 8. Chady trying to make a move on Eigenrau there on the back stretch as they come around turns 3 and 4. As they are starting to get some lap traffic here on the back stretch. They make it around. Eigenrau, Chady, Bartley. They're maneuvering through that lap traffic very quickly. The 4X of Brian Martinelli goes down into the infield as Chady is right on Eigenrau's hip. They're coming around. They still continue to battle. Bartley is keeping up with them in the 14N in the green. August Skinner right behind Bartley. With Sincel, Fager in the mix as well. The top 6 all netted together real close as Eigenrau trying to separate himself from Chady this time around as he comes right in front of us here on the grandstand. Eigenrau, Chady, Bartley. Skinner passes up Sincel for the 4 spot. And then Cowden down into the infield as we have a caution over in turns 2. Natalie Hubbard gets turned around. So we'll get everything reset here. She appears that she is going to continue racing for tonight. As again, this is the A feature for the Williams Auto Body A class, 20 laps, 15 entries. So now is Corbin Duty, who also follows down into the infield. So we have 11 racers remaining out of the original 15 entries. We have 10 laps complete here, as it looks like we have everything set back up. Next time around will be green. The light is out, so Eigenrau and Chady are your top 2 still. With Bartley, Skinner, and Dane Sincel are your other top 5. Figures in the 6 as Eigenrau leads us back to green. Is Eigenrau, Chady, Bartley. Eigenrau on the backstretch, trying to separate himself once again, and he does. Chady trying to scoot himself back up closer. Competing for that 4 spot is Bartley and Skinner. Sincel trying to make a push into that top 5 as well. As we have caution once again over in turns 2, it is with Roper Roberts and Ethan Ellison. So we'll get everything reset here once again. As we have 10 laps complete. So we have 11 down, 9 to go as Eigenrau leads us back to green. Chady and Bartley right behind with Skinner and Sincel also. Continue to extend that lead once again. Chady, Bartley, and now Sincel. As Skinner is in 5th, with Fager in 6th. Skinner and Bartley battling for the 3 spot. It appears Skinner, that is Sincel. Sincel has the 3. So is Eigenrau, Chady, Sincel, and Bartley, and Skinner in 5th, Fager in 6th. Kyle Chady coming in. Kyle Chady and Eigenrau going back and forth with a lot of velocity behind their wheels. Eigenrau and Chady coming into the backstretch. Still pushing the speed. We have 1 lap remaining. Eigenrau and Chady still pushing the speed. Chady trying to come in on the inside. Checkered flag is out. Eigenrau, Chady, Sincel are your top 3. Bartley finishes 4th with Skinner in 5th. So Ryder Eigenrau in the 22R from Carterville, just down the road, wins the Williams Auto Body A class. So Dane Sincel in the 26th from Fredericktown, Missouri, finishes 3rd. Kyle Chady in the 57 from Benton finishes 2nd. And Ryder Eigenrau in the 22R from Carterville finishes 1st in the Williams Auto Body A class. Up next, we have the 618 Graphics Restricted Winged Micros. Make sure to stay tuned as a 15-lap race with 10 entries. And again, make sure to give Ryder Eigenrau big congratulations as he just won the Williams Auto Body A class and soon head down to Victory Lane. Alrighty, congratulations to Ryder Eigenrau for winning the Williams Auto Body A class. Now we have the 618 Graphics Restricted Wing Micros, the restrictors, as they are going to start coming out to the track. And we are going to run through the lineup real quick here, as in row 1 on the inside in the 22D is Dalton Clary. On the outside of row 1 in the 21 is Riker Toops. Those two, I believe, won the heat races earlier this evening. Kaiser Kramer in the 110 in row 2. On the outside of row 2 in the 71 is Jagger Wiggs from Benton. On the inside of row 3 in the 97K is Maverick Page from Greenwood, Missouri. On the outside of row 3 in the 16 is Roper Roberts from Benton. On the inside of row 4 in the 42 is Jackson Burks from Johnston City. On the outside of row 4 in the 00 is Xavier Caswell from Evansville, Indiana. And rounding us out in row 5 in the 5B is Evan Boyd from Doe Run, Missouri. And in the outside of row 5 in the 49 is Grayson Graham from Bunker Hill, Illinois. So that is our lineup for tonight's restrictors race. Looks like all racers are here, all 10, 15-lap race here, as the caution light is still on. We'll see if we are going around this. Excuse me, it looks like we are missing someone. The 16 of Roper Roberts is scratched from the lineup, as he just competed in the Williams Auto Body A class. From what I heard, it was in his restrictor. So we now have 9 racers. Scratched is Roper Roberts in the 16. So Clary leads us to green in the 22D with Toops in the 21 next. Toops trying to get back to what he was doing in the first race. Passing immediately. However, Clary's holding him off. With Clary, Toops and Kramer. Jagger Wiggs in 4th. Burks in 5th. And it appears Clary is starting to separate that lead from Toops. So it is Clary staying the lead with Toops and Kramer united together for 2 and 3. Jagger Wiggs takes 4th from Burks as Burks is in 5th. Clary coming around turns 3 and 4 as he continues to lead with a big lead here. Kramer and Toops knotted up together for 2 and 3. Toops trying to make a slider. Toops crosses back over. Meanwhile, Clary continuing to hold down the lead. Jagger Wiggs in 4th. Burks isn't really challenging him, but he's in 5th. Clary, Toops, and Kramer. Meanwhile, scratch what I said, as Burks is starting to challenge Wiggs for that 4 spot once again. And in the 97 is Maverick Pages. He is in 6th. Clary leading. Clary, Toops, and Kramer each have a little bit of space between the top 3. Wiggs in 4th, Burks in 5th. Everyone's starting to settle in and separate themselves from each other. Toops trying to get back in on the action. He's coming in up on the left rear. Scratch. He's going on the high bank on the back stretch. Toops trying to push to get around Clary. The 49 Grayson Graham down into the infield. Meanwhile, Toops again trying to push past Clary. Clary, Toops, and Kramer all nutted together real close. Especially Clary and Toops once again getting close again. Toops coming in on the inside with the slider. Does he hold it? He does. In on the back stretch, Toops takes the lead. Clary in 2nd. Coming around turns 4. As it is Riker Toops who's in 1st now. Dalton Clary is in 2nd with Kaiser Kramer in 3rd. 2 laps remaining. Riker Toops is in 1st after trailing most of the race. White flag is out for Toops as he's coming around the back stretch. Dalton Clary can't make the final push as Toops is too big of a lead. Toops comes out with the checkered flag and he wins the restrictors. Dalton Clary finishes 2nd, Kaiser Kramer 3rd, with Jagger Wiggs finishing in 4th. So your winner is Riker Toops after trailing up until the last 2 laps of the race. So Kaiser Kramer in the 110 finishes 3rd from Hobstadt, Indiana. Dalton Clary in the 22D finishes 2nd. He's from Marine, Illinois. And Riker Toops, the comeback kid, finishes 1st in the 21. So give a big congratulations to Toops. Up next, we have the Chemstream Race Fuels Mod Lights. Hoops is down on victory lane. Now we have the tractor out there applying some high quality H2O out there for us. As up next again is Chemstream Race Fuel Mod Lights. So now we welcome the Chemstream Race Fuel Mod Lights to the track. And here's the lineup. In the U2, Danny Jolly on the inside of row 1. On the outside of row 1 in the 81M is Kevin Cole from Benton. On the inside of row 2 in the 27P is Austin Park from Steelville. On the outside of row 2 in the X is Chris Winters from DuQuoin. On the inside of row 5 in the 11 is Kyle Melvin. On the outside of row 3 in the 58 is Kurt Winters from Ava. On the inside of row 4 in the 28 is Matt Suzuki from Harrisburg. On the outside of row 4 in the 28C is Steve Cole from Benton. And then rounding us out is Dakota Federhoff from Vienna. And we are back to racing here as it is it's Jolly and Cole with Park in third. Chris Winters and Melvin battling for that 4 and 5 spot. Jolly and Cole coming around turns 3 and 4. Cole right on Jolly's butt. As they're coming on to the backstretch, we'll see who wins out of here. Jolly and Cole appear to be the two top right now, as they both won their heat races earlier tonight. Austin Park is dropping back a little bit there on the backstretch, it appears, while Kyle Melvin moves into 3, Chris Winters into 4. Steve Suzuki in 5. And Austin Park's night looks like it is wrapped up as he rolls down into the infield. Danny Jolly and Kevin Cole continue to battle for that 1 and 2 spot. Kyle Melvin trying to make up ground there in the 3 as he's coming around turns 3 and 4. Chris Winters right behind him in the X. And Matt Suzuki's car and Steve Cole's look the exact same to me. The 228s, can't tell which one is which, but they are battling for that 5 spot there. As Jolly continues to hold down the number 1 spot, and we have a caution in turn 2, as it is Kurt Winters in the 58 gets turned around there. So it is Kurt Winters who will move back to the back of the pack. We have 8 laps complete, 12 remaining. So Danny Jolly and Kevin Cole will still be the top 2 with Kyle Melvin and Chris Winters 3 and 4. Matt Suzuki in 5th with Steve Cole in 6th. Kurt Winters is now in So the light is out, so Danny Jolly will lead us back to green here in a moment. So Jolly and Cole battling for 1 and 2 still. Kyle Melvin and Chris Winters in 3 and 4. Steve Cole trying to make the pass on Matt Suzuki as they're both trying to get around Chris Winters here. Jolly coming in turns 3 and 4 with a load of traffic behind him. Suzuki and Cole neck and neck for that 5 spot in the back. Meanwhile, Jolly and Kevin Cole continue to lead. Kyle Melvin trying to make a push for that 2nd spot, but he is unable to do so as Jolly and Kevin Cole continue to hold down the fronts. Chris Winters is still holding off. This time around it is Steve Cole with Matt Suzuki dropping back to 6. Meanwhile, Jolly is still holding off Kevin Cole, who Kevin Cole has been trying to get past Jolly all this whole time. And starting in slower traffic now. Kyle Melvin gets pushed back as Kevin Cole continues to hold the 2 spot. Danny Jolly still in the 1. Every time Kyle Melvin tries to get up there, he gets pushed back somehow. And we have a caution over between turns 1 and 2 as it is the X, Chris Winters, and the D25 of Dakota Federhoff getting tangled up there. Federhoff got turned around. And the yellow light is out now. So is Jolly, Kevin Cole, Kyle Melvin, Steve Cole, Matt Suzuki, Kurt Winters, Chris Winters, and Dakota Federhoff as Jolly leads us back to green. Kevin Cole trying to make one final push here around Jolly. Can he do it? That is the question. As Jolly won his heat race, can he hold off to win the A feature here? Jolly still holding off Kevin Cole as we are coming up on 2 laps remaining. 3 laps. Now it's down to 1 lap remaining now. Danny Jolly, Kevin Cole, Kyle Melvin. And the checker flag is out as Danny Jolly, Kevin Cole, Kyle Melvin, and Steve Cole is your final 4. So that is your final for the Kimstream Race Fuels Mod Lights. As in the 11, Kyle Melvin finishes 3rd. In the 81M, Kevin Cole finishes 2nd. And your winner for tonight in the Kimstream Race Fuels Mod Lights is Danny Jolly in the U2 from Christopher, Illinois. Jolly is heading down to the victory lane with or without you. As Jolly rolls off to the back, again, we have the Driven Performance non-winged outlaws. Excuse me, we have the Driven Performance winged outlaws. Sorry, I read that wrong. This is the big one, as this is the prelude to what's happening later this month. And again, this is $1,000 to win. And we're going to go ahead and start going through the lineup. In row 1 on the inside in the 29 is Lane Surratt from Findlay, Tennessee. On the outside of row 1 in the 55S is Darren Stark from Springfield, Illinois. On the inside of row 2 in the 71 is Colton Robinson from Titusville, Florida. On the outside of row 2 in the 71S is Austin Schaefer from Evansville, Indiana. On the inside of row 3 in the 27S is Angelo Caros from Evansville, Indiana. From Waisala, South Australia. On the outside of row 3 in the 22 is Grayson Springer from Lafayette, Indiana. On the inside of row 4 in the 00 is Brandon Healy from Marshall, Illinois. On the outside of row 4 in the 22E is Eli Holden from Princeton, Indiana. On the inside of row 5 in the 71W is Jackson Wiggs from Benton, Illinois. On the outside of row 5 in the 22R is Reed Whitney from Jasper, Indiana. On the inside of row 6 in the 41 is Colton Hardy from Phoenix, Arizona. On the outside of row 6 in the 61 is Cole Tinsley from Bonterra, Missouri. On the inside of row 7 in the 10 is Daniel Robinson from Benton. And on the outside of row 7 in the 88 is Billy Lieb from Hammond, Illinois. On the inside of row 26 and on the inside of row 8 in the 26 is Dane Sincel from Fredericktown, Missouri. On the outside of row 8 is Logan Knoll from Marion in the 20. On the inside of row 9 and the 16 is Brian Grogan from Arlington, Kentucky. On the outside of row 9, the 88M is Max Crabtree. On the inside of row 10 and the 2C is Chris Coben from Royalton. On the outside of row 10 and the 25T is Jace Ryanshire from Pocahontas, Illinois. On the inside of row 11 and the 97K is Maverick Page from Greenwood, Missouri. On the outside of row 11 and the Ike is Ryder Eigenrau from Carterville. On the inside of row 12 and the 5H is Graham Huffman from Lebanon, Indiana. And rounding us out on the outside of row 12 and the 11K is Kylie Griffiths from Xenia, Illinois. So we are 4 wide here, and just a beautiful picture to see here as this is the Winged Outlaws. Make sure to get on your feet as it's a 25-lap race. Everyone getting warmed up. Nothing better here when it comes to sprint car racing here at the Marion Southern Illinois Raceway. Again, this is the prelude to what's happening later this month. Whoever wins this race gets $1,000. Something I'm sure we'd all like to pocket. So everybody's getting side by side and reset here as we had to get the picture of the 4 wide here as we got 24 cars. And the light is out. Surratt will lead us to green. 25 laps underway. And quickly it is Darren Stark taking the lead. Stark and Robinson, you're 1 and 2. Surratt now moves back into 2. It is chaos there in the top. Stark, Robinson, Surratt. Jackson Wiggs trying to move into it, and we got caution as it is the 00. Brandon Healy over in turn 4 up against the fence. So as we all start to get reset here, it is the 55, Darren Stark, who holds down that top spot. With Robinson in second. Surratt in third. The 71S, Austin Schaefer in fourth. Grayson Springer fifth. The 27. So the light is back to green. Stark getting wild and chaotic over there with Robinson behind him. Stark coming in hot around turn 3 and 4. Right here in front of us, it is Stark, Robinson, Surratt. Schaefer trying to make a pass on Surratt on the back stretch. As Stark still continues to hold that front lead. Jackson Wiggs trying to get into the mix for the top 5 as he is right next to Springer. 371s in the top 6 here. As Stark still holds down the top. Robinson in second. The 71 Austin Schaefer in fourth. And the 71W Jackson Wiggs is in sixth. 371s in the top 6. Stark is starting to get in some lap traffic here in a few moments with Robinson, Surratt, and Schaefer. Stark inching closer to that lap traffic as he's got a load ahead of him. This could cause problems for him as he's got a lot behind him as well. Here he goes past the Ike dealership, Ryder Eigenrau. Robinson also trying to get past Eigenrau. Stark is starting to get in that sore traffic, and you can see it with Robinson still right behind him. And the whole gang is with him with Surratt, Schaefer, and Springer and Wiggs coming up close as well. And they're coming around turns 3 and 4 right here in front of us now. Stark in the 55S is leading right here in front of us. Robinson in second in the 71. 29 is Surratt in the third place. Schaefer, Springer, and Wiggs 4, 5, and 6. As they've got a lot ahead of them to get past. Wiggs passes up Springer, and he's now in 5th. Schaefer in 4th. Meanwhile, Darren Stark got past most of the traffic, and he is still leading with Colton Robinson behind him. Jackson Wiggs is still battling Springer to get past him. He does. He's on the back stretch. Getting near Austin Schaefer, the 71S. On the back. Darren Stark continues to pick him up and lay him down as he is getting past through lap traffic. Same with Colton Robinson in second. Jackson Wiggs with the slider. He tries to hold the lead for 4. Austin Schaefer takes it back. Wiggs on the inside of the back stretch. Wiggs holds 4th. And Schaefer crosses back over. So it's Schaefer, Wiggs, and Springer still knotted up for 4, 5, and 6. Chris Coben is down on the infield. Looks like his night is wrapped up. Meanwhile, Colton Robinson is now bumper to bumper. Not quite bumper to bumper, but he is right there behind Stark between turns 1 and 2. We're inching closer to 2 laps remaining. Meanwhile, Jackson Wiggs shoots up to 4th. He's coming around hot for turns 3 and 4 with 2 laps remaining. It is, and we have caution. It is Austin Schaefer there on the back stretch, close to turn 3. The top 4 is with Darren Stark in the 55S. Colton Robinson, the 71. Lane Surratt in the 29, and 4 is Jackson Wiggs in the 71W. Eli Holden's in the 22E. He's in 5th now. So Grayson Springer is being carted off to the back to the pits. As well as Austin Schaefer, his night appears to be done. The yellow light is out now, so we'll be going back to green. Again, it is Stark in the 55S. Robinson in the 71. Lane Surratt in the 29. And Jackson Wiggs in the 71W. Eli Holden in the 22E. And that's your top 5 as the light is back out and we have green. Robinson trying to get past Stark. He crosses over, and we are back into the backstretch. Coming around turns 3 and 4. The top 4 is getting hectic. 2 laps remaining. Jackson Wiggs coming in on the inside, trying to make a slider. Robinson crosses back over, and Surratt steals the spotlight, moving into 2. Stark, 1 lap remaining with a big lead. Jackson Wiggs moves back over with the slider. He gets hit with the crossover by Surratt. Checker flag is out. Stark finishes 1st, Surratt 2nd, Jackson Wiggs finishes 3rd, with Colton Robinson finishing 4th. So Darren Stark gained the lead early, never let go of it. Colton Robinson, who is in 2nd majority of the race, loses it within the last couple of laps as Lane Surratt finishes 2nd, Jackson Wiggs finishes 3rd, and Colton Robinson finishes 4th. And your winner of the Driven Performance Midwest Winged Outlaws is Darren Stark in the 55S from Springfield, Illinois. That's a $1,000 to win race, and also the prelude to our race here in a couple weekends, which is $12,500 to win. So give a big congratulations to Darren Stark, as he is the winner of tonight's Driven Performance Winged Outlaws race. Man, that was a good race. And then now up next, we got the Dwarfs. Following the Dwarfs, we have the non-winged Outlaws for the Prairie Farms. So we have 2 more races tonight. We hope that you stick around as 2 more great races coming up. Again, that is Darren Stark from Springfield, Illinois in the 55S, who wins the Driven Performance Winged Outlaws. Takes a nice little victory lap, and he'll shortly be heading down to victory lane. So give a big congratulations to him. We'll be back with the Dwarfs. Again, we'd like to give big congratulations to Darren Stark in the 55S for winning that Winged Outlaws race. We'd also want to recognize the Myers Tidy Bowl Dwarfs, who are up next on deck. And here's the lineup, as in row 1 on the inside is Brad Sagers from Marion in the 97. On the outside of row 1 in the 7 is Danny Jolly from Christopher, who won the Mod Lights earlier tonight. On the inside of row 2 in the 59 is Kevin Harris from Creel Springs. And on the outside of row 2 in the 1 is Hunter Harris from Creel Springs as well. Again, after this race, we have the Prairie Farms Non-Winged Outlaws. So stay tuned, as we got 2 great races coming up. Light is out, so Sagers will lead us to green. Sagers and Jolly, you're 1 and 2 here. We have a 15-lap race here for the Myers Tidy Bowl Dwarfs here. Sagers holds the lead after 1 lap. Jolly a close second. And a little tangled up there, and we have a caution. So we'll have to see who the caution was called on and who gets moved to the back. It was Jolly and Sagers there tied up. Hunter Harris got caught, Hunter Harris got caught up into it as he was going around. The light is back out. So it is Jolly leading us. Excuse me, it is Kevin Harris leading us to green. And Kevin Harris and Hunter Harris, the Harrises are your number 1 and 2, with Sagers and Jolly are 3 and 4. So those are your top two guys who started 1 and 2 are now moved to the back. They're now trying to move, and they each move into 3 and 4. And we have a caution, as it is Hunter Harris who gets turned around between turns 1 and 2. Back to green. And we have caution again, as it is Jolly now getting turned around on turn 2. As turn 2 has had a lot of issues so far with 3 cautions in that area. Back to green we are. As it is Hunter. Man, and again it is in between turns 1 and 2. It's the 4th time there's been a caution in that area. This time it was Hunter Harris. And we are being led back to green as Hunter Harris is down into the infield. So it is Kevin Harris, Brad Sagers, and Danny Jolly, your final 3, and the Dwarfs. Each racer blocking each other off real easy from getting around each other. Sagers trying to take the first shot at getting around Kevin. Jolly's trying to take that same shot as Sagers is in the front here. Jolly side by side with Kevin Harris. Jolly makes the pass between turns 1 and 2. On the back stretch, Sagers and Jolly. We'll see what they can do here. Jolly trying to make a push for that 1 spot. Sagers trying to hold him off. Again, this is a 15-lap race. We have 2 laps remaining. Excuse me, we do not have 2 laps remaining. I believe that was halfway through the race. Brad Sagers and Jolly still your top 2. Kevin Harris in the back. Jolly trying to take advantage of the little gap in between. He cannot. Jolly trying to make a push on the back stretch. Can he do it? Jolly cuts on the inside right here in front of us. Sagers steals him off. They're still battling for 1 and 2. Jolly right behind him. Now we have officially 2 laps remaining coming up. Sagers and Jolly. 1 lap remaining for the 2 with Kevin Harris in the back. Jolly trying to make one final push on the backstretch. Can he do it? Checkered flag is out, and it is Brad Sagers finishing first, Danny Jolly finishing second, and Kevin Harris finishing third. Hunter Harris was DF, so he finished fourth. So Brad Sagers, he wins the Myers Tidy Bowl Dwarfs tonight. He's in the 97 from Marion, Illinois, right here in our hometown. Up next is the Prairie Farms Non-Winged Outlaws. We have 18 entries for a 25-lap race. Our final feature of the night is coming up, so make sure to stay tuned and give a big congratulations to Brad Sagers. Again, thank you to our track crew for applying that nice high-quality H2O to our track as we are prepping for the Prairie Farms Non-Winged Outlaws. Again, make sure to stay tuned as we've got 18 cars ready to race here. The headliner at the top is Charlie Leffler as he made the drive all the way from North Carolina as he won his heat race earlier tonight. Also, Matt Veach, he's starting in 6th, but he also won his heat race earlier tonight as well. We're going to go ahead and get started with the Prairie Farm Non-Winged Outlaws lineup. As in row 1 in the 71X is Charlie Leffler from Lake Norman, North Carolina. On the outside of row 1 in the 22Z is Grayson Springer from Lafayette, Indiana. On the inside of row 2 in the 22R is Reed Whitney from Jasper, Indiana. On the outside of row 2 in the 16 is Noah Britton from Benton. On the inside of row 3 in the 25R is Nathan Rector from Zinnia, Illinois. On the outside of row 3 in the 57V is Matt Veach from Macedonia. On the inside of row 4 in the 71K is Tate Gurney from Indianapolis, Indiana. On the outside of row 4 in the 161 is Zach Grogan from Arlington, Kentucky. On the inside of row 5 in the 4R is Tanner Romack from Ashmore, Illinois. On the outside of row 5 in the 5E is Eli Holden from Princeton, Indiana. On the inside of row 6 in the 43 is Eric Black from Paducah, Kentucky. On the outside of row 6 in the 5K is Cameron Chamness from Marion, Arkansas. On the inside of row 7 in the 85 is Cale Goodwin from Princeton, Kentucky. On the outside of row 7 in the 3B is Sean Bowie from Clarksville, Tennessee. On the inside of row 8 in the 7 is Austin Walker from Royalton. On the outside of row 8 in the 28 is Michael Coker from Centralia. And rounding us out in row 9 in the 41 is Ryder Roberts from Benton. And Trevor Walker from Royalton. And Roberts is scratched. And Roberts is scratched. And also Trevor Walker as well. Looks like we only have 13 of our original 18 entries, so we'll have to see how everything gets reorganized here. So the 71K, Charlie Leffler in row 1. Grayson Springer is scratched as well. That moves Reed Whitney up into the row 1 on the outside. So the light is out. They got everything set up. We have 13 cars in this race. So Charlie Leffler will lead us to green. So it's Leffler and Whitney. Britton in third. Reed Whitney trying to get a big high horse here on the back stretch. Getting around Leffler. He cannot. Leffler holds down that top spot as he's moving around here in front of us. Reed Whitney with the slider. Alrighty, that was the 71X of Charlie Leffler. The track crew said that he is okay. He went for a little bit of a ride there, but they gave him the clear. That is Charlie Leffler being taken back to the pit. They gave him the okay, but just make sure to pray for him. So now we'll get everything reset here. And again, like I said, they gave him the okay, but you always make sure to pray for him and just pray for these drivers for their safety and everything. Once we get reset, it looks like the 22R Reed Whitney from Jasper, Indiana, and the 16 Noah Britton from Benton are going to be your top two, it looks like. The light is out. So as we get reset, it's again Reed Whitney and Noah Britton there at the top two with Matt Veach and Nathan Rector as well at 3 and 4. So the light is out. Whitney will lead us to green. Rector trying to get past Britton. He does not. So it is Whitney. Still leading. A couple guys down into the infield, and we are at caution as in turn 3. Turn 3 is Michael Coker getting turned around there. So as we get going again it's Whitney, Britton, Rector, Veach, Grogan, and Gurney are your top 6 with Romack sitting in 7th. And we'll be led back to green by Whitney of the 22R. Britton trying to cut off Rector. Rector holds down the 2nd spot as Gurney's coming around on the low side trying to get into that mix as well. He does not. Whitney around the top side. He's holding this. Whitney, and we have a caution. So Cale Goodwin is going back to the pits. So the 22R Reed Whitney up front with Nathan Rector in 2nd, Noah Britton 3rd, Matt Veach in 4th. The 161 Zach Grogan and the 4R Cameron Ashmore in 5th, the 161 Zach Grogan in 6th, the 5E Eli Holden in 7th. So that's your top 7 as we get back rolling here, getting everything set up. We are down to 12 racers. Whitney leads us back to green. So is Whitney, Rector, and Britton. Veach in the mix as well. Ashmore trying to push himself up there as well. Excuse me, that is Romack from Ashmore, Illinois. Britton with the slide job. On the back stretch. Whitney extending that lead as he comes around turns 1 and 2 with no one near him. Onto the back stretch as well. Now with Britton, Rector, and Beach. Romack trying to get into the mix, but he's running around the low bowl. Whitney on the backstretch. Look at him go. Britton. Beach trying to hit him with the slide job. He is unable to do so, and we have a caution on turn 4 with Beach and Rector. So Matt Beach is okay. He drove back to the pit, but he is okay. So as we get reset here, Reed Whitney, who's been putting on a been putting on a show ever since he's taken over that one spot and has not let go of it yet. So with Reed Whitney, Noah Britton are your top 2 currently. So we'll go one more round as we get reset here. It is Reed Whitney in the 22R, Noah Britton in the 16, Nathan Rector in the 25R. In the 4R, it is Romack, and behind him is Zach Grogan in the 161. That is your top 5 as we come into these last few laps with 11 remaining. Whitney leads us to green. So it's Whitney and Britton coming out shooting like a flamethrower. Whitney down the backstretch, and he is quickly getting in that lead like he was before. Most of the racers here are riding the high banks. Whitney coming around fast again with Britton. Britton, Rector, and Romack. Whitney continuing to lead. Britton with a little bit of space between them. Rector and Romack continue to cross over. Eli Holden has now pushed himself into the mix. Reed, Whitney, and Britton are starting to separate themselves here on the back stretch as they come into turns 3 and 4. Both these racers are running it real high. As Rector, Romack, and Grogan and Holden are still in that mix as well. Meanwhile, if you look at the back stretch, Whitney back to that lead like he had before. Grogan passes Romack. He now moves himself into the top 4. Whitney, Britton, Rector, Grogan, and Romack. Holden passes Romack there on the back stretch. Romack and Holden still battling for that spot, but it appears Holden's going to take it. Meanwhile, Whitney starting to get into slower traffic here. And we have a red in turns 1 and 2. They gave the okay on the driver being okay. He was flipped over. Five. It was Eli Holden in the 5E as he went for a ride there in turns 1 and 2. That turns 1 and 2 area has been a problem all night with a lot of drivers getting into the caution. So Holden is off on the hook. So he's heading back to the pits. That leaves 10 drivers remaining in what was originally supposed to be 18 entries. It's a 25-lap race as a reminder. So at the top it is Whitney. So at the top it is Whitney, Britton, Rector, and Grogan are your top 4. Sitting in the 5 and 6 is Michael Coker and Romack, along with Austin Walker in the 7, sitting at 7. So the light is out and we'll be led back to green here by Whitney as we get back going with 10 remaining racers here. Whitney leads us to green. So it's Whitney and Britton on the backstretch. Britton still contesting here. Romack still trying to run the low. He's unable to get anywhere with it. As Whitney picking right up where he left off. Once again, building that lead, coming around turns 3 and 4. Britton and Record are in 2nd and 3rd, with Grogan in 4th. Grogan bangs up against the wall. He falls back a few spots to 6th. Whitney still building that lead, coming around turns 1 and 2. Rector passes up Britton, moving into 2nd. Again, a lot of these racers are running that high side and they keep banging into that wall. Whitney, Rector, Britton pushing it. Ashmore in 4th. Grogan trying to push himself back up towards the top after falling back a few spots. Meanwhile, Whitney still pushing the pace here. A lot of these racers are kicking up the dirt there at the top of the track. Each of the top 3 evenly spaced out. 2 laps remaining as it is Whitney, Rector, and Britton, Ashmore, and Walker. One lap remaining. Grogan is down on the infield. With the 1 lap remaining, it is Reed Whitney coming around turns 3 and 4. He'll take the checkered flag for the non-winged Outlaws. Nathan Rector finishes second, and Noah Britton finishes third. As that is your top 3 for our final race. That was the 22R of Reed Whitney from Jasper, Indiana, takes home the Prairie Farms non-winged Outlaws. Again, this is your final race of the night, so make sure to give it extra congratulations to our top 3 racers and all the racers that won tonight, and especially our last racer of the night, Reed Whitney. Again, that top 3 for the final race. In the 16, Noah Britton finishes third. In the 25R, Nathan Rector from Zinnia, Illinois finishes second. And in the 22R, Reed Whitney from Jasper, Indiana finishes first. Whitney's going to be heading down to victory lane. Make sure to give him a round of applause. And we all appreciate you coming out tonight to the Southern Illinois Raceway. Another great night of racing. Again, make sure to come out next weekend. And then June 18th through the 20th, the big one for the Winged Outlaws, $12,500 to win. We all appreciate you watching tonight. We'll see you next week. Make sure to put all the trash in the receptacles. And good night.